wouldn't stop. But if it does, I understand. I'm a child of wars. I've seen war, I've seen it end. I've got cold hands and cold feet. I can't commit to anything. It's the only way I've learned to live. It's the only
Okay, hello everybody! Today we have a FAFO Friday for you guys. I know it takes me a while to get these set up, and I really appreciate all you guys' patience while I do that. Some Fridays we have a FAFO playtest to do, and some Fridays we just don't. We have the dev. Hi, Rosie. How you doing, girl? We have the dev in the chat right now. It is I'm sorry, I can't see the whole thing. MCHS Productions. They are the independent developer of this game, Hex-a-Decimal. Let me get that one up for you guys so you guys can see. Before we get started, though, I do have a little bit of housekeeping, as we always do on this channel before we get started. First things up, if you haven't heard, I want to do a quick life update for everyone. For those who missed it earlier this week, my son had a sudden medical situation over last weekend that pulled me away from streaming for a few days while I handled family stuff. So thankfully, he's been home now for a couple of days and recovering, and things are a lot calmer than they were at the start of the week. We're basically in the follow-ups recovery and everybody finally exhaling again phase now, which I'm extremely grateful for. Again, thank you guys for being patient and understanding while I disappeared unexpectedly for a bit this week. It seriously means a lot. And since it's Mental Health Awareness Month, yay! Woo! The Extra Life charity campaign is still running all month for children's mental health support. Donations through the campaign go directly to the cause. Twitch and I don't touch any of it. If anybody's been looking for ways to directly support, hold on, I just realized the thingy was so loud. Music's loud. I'm gonna try that again. Because I just realized the volume was heckin' loud. Alright. Let's try that again. So for those who missed it earlier this week, my son had a sudden medical situation over the weekend. It pulled me away from streaming for a couple of days while I handled the family stuff. He's home now. He's recovering. Everything's calmed down. We're basically in the follow-up recovery and everybody, just chilling out finally again phase now, which I'm extremely grateful for. Again, thank you to everyone for being patient and understanding. I know I disappeared unexpectedly, but it really does mean a lot that you guys stuck around, so thank you. And since it's Mental Health Awareness Month, the Extra Life charity campaign is still running all month for children's mental health support. Donations through the campaign go directly to the cause. Twitch doesn't touch any, and I don't touch any of it. If anybody's looking for ways to directly support the channel after the unexpected chaos this week, tips still help the most since I receive 100% of those immediately. Subs, bits, lurks, hanging out, all of it is genuinely appreciated more than you know. Also, yes, he hung out with us yesterday for some gameplay, so clearly he survived my stress levels this week. Okay, so, alright, chat, welcome to FAFO Friday. Tonight we're diving into Hex-a-Decimal. It's an indie playtest that I know almost nothing about going in, which is typical for my playtests, which honestly feels spiritually correct for this stream series. No guides, no previews, no spoilers, just vibes, confusion, possible brilliance, and me figuring things out in real time with all of you. So, grab snacks, settle in, and let's see whether this becomes a hidden gem or a beautifully chaotic life choice. Hopefully, the indie dev is brave enough to let me lose in their game. So again, totally blind run, no spoilers, no prep, no safety net. We're just figuring this all out together. Well, that said, let's go ahead and get our game showing so we can get it going. And of course, something wants to mess up. No spoilers from the devs. I know you guys love your games. I love that you love your games that much. What I need is no spoilers. Tidbits, factoids, yes. Spoilers, no. All right, now it's going. Let me move my big old head out the way. So if you guys have questions for the developer, now is a good time to ask them. Anytime during the stream is a really great time to ask them. They're here for not just my benefit or the stream's benefit, but they're here to learn and develop and grow as a, developer. So they're here to get beat up, basically. So be mean. Be real mean. Because if they don't know what they need to fix, how are they going to fix it? That's what a playtest is for. You're not here to go, oh, well, it was really nice but. That's not what this is for. See? The dev even said, my game didn't take it. Alright, let me move my big old booty out the way so you guys can actually see some gameplay. Let me run over here real quick. Whoops. I need to turn around. I'm facing the wrong way. Woo! There we are. Much better. I usually show chat, but I'm not going to show chat today. I will be on top of chat because I do have my chat alerts up. Because honestly, I think the chat window covers quite a lot for demos, and I don't want to obscure their hard work. So, okay. So the first thing we do with these games is we see if it works with a controller. Mostly because I like to use controller. If I can use controller, I will. And other because, sometimes they say, oh, I didn't code it for a controller. But if you put it on the computer has Windows, and I have an Xbox controller, 9 times out of 10, if you don't know, Microsoft owns both the most of Windows, if not all of it. Actually, no, they own all of it. I misspoke. And they also own Xbox, so they're compatible to work together. So if you did a computer game and I'm using an Xbox controller, 9 times out of 10, it'll work. Very rare occasions it doesn't, but 9 times out of 10 it will. So let me get my controller cord. The only finagly part about this is that I have to figure out what buttons do what in the game, especially if they did not already, prepare for a controller to be working with it. One moment, please. I have to get my phone out so I can see. Yes, controller support works for every level. I might need to explain the controls though because the tutorials were written for keyboard. Well, there's your first note. You might want to have controls written for also the controller. Let me get my... Accessibility is really important for a game for many, many reasons. And you'll hear me say a lot on this channel. Devs assume that we know because we're gamers, and for the most part, yes. But there is that small 33% who's brand new to gaming, who's never understood game language, who has no idea what we're talking about. Just assume that you need to hold our hand the whole time. Give me 1 second here. Okay, now I can see chat while I play. All right, so again, I've not seen this game before. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know how to play. I don't know how to navigate anything, and I don't want to be told. The whole point of the playtest is to see if I can figure it out. Okay, I have figured it out. It is the left stick is moving stuff. Cool. Options. It's pretty straightforward, the graphics in this game. There aren't many choices in graphics. Ah, good, we can turn the sound off. Whew. See, I'm one of those people who, after a while, no matter how pleasant the music is, I will need to turn it off at some point. So that's nice to have. Save game, reset, okay, controls. Oh, you do have controller instructions. Okay, first thing is, I would shorten this. This is a lot to look at when someone just wants to quickly look at the control menu. So instead of click the whole sentence, just have the click emoji, the little arrow with the little stars on the tip. Have that emoji, put the plus sign, okay? And then, or at least, at the very least, have a picture, a mini picture of a mouse with the left button filled in so that they know, oh, okay, click and drag to place conveyors. Click and drag equals conveyors. Click and drag, right mouse filled in equals delete. Space, start, just really keep it simple because most people just want to look at it and go. And that the same advice for the controller. A equals left stick, right stick, move. Drag with left trigger to place conveyors. Okay, so left trigger, right trigger. Left trigger, conveyors. Right trigger, delete. Very simple, very watered down language. Okay. Before we even get into the game, level editor. Okay. Maybe this is a lot for me right now. Maybe I should get out of this. Let's just play the game and see. All right, so you can start at any level? Or are you locked out of levels until you pass the other levels? Let's see. No, you're not. Oh, that's scary. I don't think I like that one. Okay, so now how do I get to the save solution, tutorial, load solution? That's interesting. Great. So I couldn't get down into the below menu using the controller. Let's see if I can get into the below menu using the trackpad. And it doesn't switch easily between trackpad and controller because I'm trying to use the trackpad and it's not working. So I'd have to unplug the controller, I believe, to then use the trackpad. Yep. Mildly difficult for some people, to be honest. Tutorial. Oh, okay, so this is the tutorial. You should say the tutorial right up in here. Somewhere in here should be the tutorial. I mean, just the word tutorial is all I'm saying. Okay, exit level. So if you can manage to fix that so that the controller can get down into that menu without me having to unplug the controller, that's convenience right there. That would be something that I know a lot of people would appreciate. I have to wait for the controller to come back in. Okay, controller connected. Let's go. All right. I had to wait for the controller to register. Welcome to Hex-a-Decimal. Click and drag with the mouse to place conveyors. Now, see, this is where you would put that information. In the quick menu, you don't do that. Don't put all those sentences. Just put it real simple. Here, this is perfect. Click and drag with the mouse to place conveyors. Hold down right click to delete. Okay. So I'm going to say put the controller instructions in here too. Hold down right click to delete them. Simply connect the hex input to the decimal output and then press spacebar. Okay, so for those who aren't good at math, I know they shouldn't be playing this game, but still, let's say they want to try, they want to see. Okay, I'm already confused. Simply connect the hex 16 input to the decimal 10 output and then press spacebar or Z to run the simulation. I didn't even know this was a simulation game. Okay. If you wish to reread a tutorial, just click the tutorial button located at the bottom of the left menu. I have to put 16 into 10. Doesn't that make 26? Weird. Wait. Okay. Color me confused. Oh, I needed to put down a conveyor. Okay. Oh, I can't do that because I can't reach the menu with the controller. That's a problem. Okay. Oh, okay, maybe it's the left trigger, I forgot. Okay, so now how do I get into the other menu? Okay, I need to figure this out, because... what the heck? Left trigger, not right trigger, derp. A left trigger activates that button, yeah. Alright, well, I'm just going to use the trackpad because this is frustrating with the controller. Alrighty, let's see here. Grab a conveyor. What the heck? Okay, let's try this. Let's start over. Maybe I just didn't understand something, so. Okay. All right, so it's the escape button to get out of that menu. This is gonna look so weird. Huh? How do I clear the board to start over? There's something I'm missing, I'm pretty sure. If you wish to reread a tutorial, just click the tutorial button located blah, blah, blah. And then press spacebar or Z to run the simulation. Okay. There's no quick clear the board button. It's just clear. I'm pushing the clear button. Literally nothing's happening. Huh. That is interesting. All right. Instead of fooling with the trackpad, I'm gonna go get my mouse. 1 second. Okay. If you have to give someone this much instruction on your game, I would consider redoing the instructions. Just a little tip for you there. To you, it may be straightforward because you're the one that made the game. I have ADHD, depression and anxiety, mental health disorder. Happy Mental Health Month, everyone. My attention span is the size of a gnat. Okay? Very many gamers also have ADHD, so. My memory is even worse. All right, now I've got a mouse. Let's see if this... Okay, right click does help. Trackpad is useless. Oh boy. Okay. Let me just get a drink of water here. And I just realized my butt was in the way. Y'all can't see the other stuff down here. So let me just move my butt out the way. There we go. I'll just poke my head right here. There we go. There we go. That's better. Maybe it's not better because then you can't see if I use this part of the... I guess I'll go low. Okay, that'll work, I think. So you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. Let me run over here real quick. Okay, here we go. That's a little better. There we go. I also just realized I didn't have my name up here. Whoopsie. Alrighty, let's get back to it. Yes, I did read the directions. That doesn't mean I actually paid attention to them. Okay, let's see. Click and drag. It is much easier with the mouse, I will say that. Okay, or delete. Click, place, place, nope, click, 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 click. That works, okay. Or click. See, this seemed simple enough concept once I figured out the controls. Okay. Okay. So I guess the challenge is to see how many cycles, the least amount of cycles, one can do to get to the solution. Multiple signals at once. Adjacent conveyors facing away from the hex will be powered by the hex. All decimals must be powered at least 10 times before the hex counts down to 0. Alright, well that seems simple enough, she says before she absolutely loses the game. Alright, this is the only option. I don't know if you can turn the conveyors at all, but here we go. Alright, so I thought that wasn't going to work, but I have no idea why. Alright, so we're going to stop. We're going to erase this. And we're going to do this. Oh, it does change direction. Huh. All right. All right, let's clear it. Let's just clear this, get a clean board, and figure it out again. Okay. And Big Brain Woman can figure this out. Oh, I made it more complicated than it needed to be. Okay. I feel like my boyfriend would get this. He's a guy. He's a numbers kind of guy. I think he would really, and numbers and shapes. So I think he would really like this. I wonder what I did wrong. Okay. So this did not work. Okay, that was the problem. Understanding conveyors. A single hex can power up to 6 conveyors, but conveyors alone cannot create more signals. You have exactly what you need to power all 6 decimals in this level. All that's left now is the routing. Pro tip, I like this part. You can run the simulation as many times as you'd like, so don't hesitate to run the sim if you're unsure about something. Okay. Well, we learned we can do this. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Gotta think this through. Okay, I tried to do it the short way, and I was about to mess up. And my creative brain is trying to make this as aesthetically pleasing as possible. And I'm probably making it way more complicated for myself than I need to be. Nope. All right, look here. Okay, so here and here. Nothing. I need to connect it to the sides. Okay. I see. Me trying to make it symmetrical is not going to work for me. Got it. Chaos! Yay! You made it for a playtest. I'm so happy. Welcome, welcome. All right, this way, this way, this way. Then this way, this way, this way, this way. Nope, not that way. This way. Now all the sides are touching. Nope, not all the sides are touching. Okay, let's try that again. What the Abercrombie and Fitch? So the arrows have to be, the butt of the arrows have to be touching. This. Not the right direction. This. then this, then this, then this. Okay. This is facing the wrong way. Then this, then this. Then this. Then this. This needs to go. Then this, then this, then this, then this. So then that means this, then this, then this, whoops, then this, then this, then this. That does not go there. This, then this, then this, and this. This needs to be a joint. Roll up. Okay, no, sir. Behave yourself. Do what I asked you to do, which was not that. You're stubborn. Okay, I'm confused. Yes, Chaos, we have the dev in the chat. So if you have any questions, comments, thoughts, things you want to say about the game, go right ahead. Be brutal. They can take it. All right. I have big brain. I mean, I have big boobs and big butt, but I also have big brain, and I know I can figure this out. I'm already confused just looking at all of it, so I'm going to erase it. Let's try this again. All right, we have 3 sides to go one way and 3 sides to go another way. Me trying to make it symmetrical is not working out for me. So, see if that works. It does work. Okay, so I know I'm not crazy. Sometimes the simplest solution is the best solution. Okay, what shenanigans is this? Okay, I miscalculated. Okay, now I just have to repeat that on the other side. Excuse you. Do what I told you to do it this way, so do it that way. All right, and then this one goes. And then this one goes this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. All right. It took me a few turns, but I got it. Wow, Chaos, 5 stream streak. Look at you, buddy. All right, man. Let me give you your reward. Oh, you already got one? I'm gonna put an additional one in there. Just because I like you so much. There you go. All right, next one. Grayed out tiles cannot be interacted with. You must work around them. By the way, you can easily speed up and slow down the simulation using the mouse scroll screen, or mouse scroll wheel, or go step by step forwards or backwards using the simulation controls menu. I'm likely going to end up having to read that like 3 other times. All right. Well, that's not going to work, is it? Something tells me I did something wrong. I feel like I might have just done something wrong. I did. All right. Well, that looks not right. Ah, crap. I didn't even connect. I didn't even connect this one. Okay. No? Okay. Well, what the heck now? Fine. That's right, because this is not facing the correct way. Okay. Well, if this doesn't look absolutely convoluted, okay, I can do this. Nope, that's not what I said. I said do it this way. You're not listening. Yay, we did it! Pausers only let through every second signal, effectively halving your output. 16 divided by 2 is less than 10, so make sure that plenty of signals go through the pauser. Okay. We made it to level 7, so alright. So every other signal... Well, I can't get through those. This is only one way to get through there. That I can see. Hmm. Well, does it build up momentum? I wonder. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe multiple routes will help. Hmm. Nope. Crap. They're getting there at the same time. How is that happening? Okay. Figured it out. I'm not going to say I'm a genius because I didn't even think. I had no idea if that was going to work. I had no clue. Okay. A tile can only store one signal at a time. If two signals merge, they will no longer be counted as two signals. You can control the timings of your signals by making some paths longer than others to avoid signal merging. Hmm. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's see. Okay. No, this is not what I'm trying to do. What the heck? How'd you get turned that way? Okay. Uh, okay. So it seems that once you get into the groove, the pace is slow enough to where I feel comfortable, and it doesn't talk down to you, and it doesn't make you feel stupid. But it does understand that this could be very complicated for somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing. So I take back my earlier comment. But I will say, initially overwhelming. Very intimidating. But I'm a gamer, so we dive into the difficulties. Alright, so now that we've got the hang of this, I believe. The dev has made a comment, said the tutorialization is the hardest part of making a game. Yeah, I can see why. Because you have to think of everything and possibly nothing at the same time. You have to figure out what people are going to understand and what they're not going to understand, and trying to preemptively answer a question that hasn't been asked yet, basically. Which is why you do playtesting. I just need to see how that's going to go. It is going to go. Okay. Oh, it halves by 2. Oh, it means, okay. Okay, so it quarters, not halves. Oh, boy. Let's just run this one line and see what happens. Nothing. Nothing happens. Okay, so we are going to need to run 6 lines when we have 4 available. Heh. Okay. Oh wait, that's blocked. What am I doing? Well, maybe. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Nope. Goes literally nowhere. Okay. What the hootalolly in Crackerville is this? Okay. Cheese and crackers, man. Okay, it will move. I just have to make it go the right direction. No! You're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be doing that. Holy heck on a freaking biscuit eater. What the world in the twirly cakes is going on here? I just now noticed that the little arrows move. That's neat. Nope, that's not gonna work. Because this is in the way. If I do this, and then do this, and then do this, get rid of that. It does nothing. Or maybe I'm just overcomplicating it. I almost managed it, I think. Okay, so we need to get this signal over there. It's not working. Damn. Okay. One of these has to be extended. There we go. Damn, I didn't extend it enough. Nope. Stop. I feel like I almost have it. Okay. Maybe we get rid of this and do this instead and make it go around. Damn. Fine. Nope, that's not the answer either. There's just gotta be something I'm missing. Wait a minute. This is fine. I need to fix this. Nope. Goes around and down. Yay! Haha! Woo! The dopamine from getting this right. It's nice good little hit there. Thanks. All right. The Hex-a-Decimal. Wow, that's not at all what that says. Hex-a-Decimal. Decimal. One more time. Hex-a-Decimal. Hex-a-Decimal. Okay, I said it right this time. This behemoth of a tile requires 64 signals, significantly more than decimals, which only require 10, and they are only seen every 10 levels. Use everything you've learned so far to slay the beast, and you'll be on your way to becoming a true hexadecimal pro. Oh boy. Okay. Focus. I can do this. Nope. Already starting out wrong. I'm trying to see if I can get it split, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Oh yeah, looks like I'm going to have to eat my words. This is very much seeming to be perfect for those who are hyper fixated on getting something right. You know, like me. Okay. Let's check chat. You can go frame by frame if you have to, using the last and next controls. This game is very much in the, quote, crack for neurodivergent people genre. Ah, drugs. A favorite subject on this channel. Okay. I seem to have gotten something right. I'm not sure what that something is, but we will figure that out. Well, I managed to get it done by half, but I'm probably wasting quite a lot. So I'm not using all the sides like I thought I was. Can only seem to get it down by half. I need to double my output. Oh! I'm not using a side like I thought I was. Wait a minute. It's over here, like the last time I did this. Okay. No, that's not going to work either. Okay. What if we did this, then this, then this? Okay. Then we did this, 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 then this. Heck. Okay, it's moving faster. So let's do the same over here. All the way out. All the way over. All the way up and over. Okay, so I think, all right, I think. There are 5 over here that are not getting used. And an entire side that I don't know what to do with. So if this is going this way, and that is going that way, this is going this way, skip, and then this one should be going this way, and then this way, and then that way. Okay. No. Why is it not doing the thingy I told it to do? It's, okay, wait a minute, wait. It's 1, 2, right, this way, this way, this way. So that's right. Okay. Let me see what's not running. That entire center is not running. Okay. So I just goofed. I just big time goofed. Okay. Okay, up, over. Up, over, up 4 times, and then over. Okay, and then up, over twice, up, over. All right, so that's right. I have no idea what the hell I did over here. Okay, so up, This should be going this way. And then this should be going this way. No, it should be going this way. Go away. All right, so up, over, this way. This can go this way. We need to erase this, this, and this, and then move it this way. Nothing. Okay. I'm intentionally not reading chat because I really want to get this on my own. See, with this, so far everything is good. I'm not using a side and I don't know what I messed up on. Because this side needs to get used. Maybe if I work backwards, it'll help. What if I did this? Let's see what happens. Nothing. A whole lot of nothing happens. Grr. All right. I think I ran into the same problem I ran into last time I tried to make this symmetrical. So we're going to scrap it. Because obviously I can't do that. It won't let me. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. There's two whole sides I'm not using on this side. Okay, let's just start over. Output, input. Let's go. We already know it won't split off if I do that, so I do have to pick a side. Okay. That one works. We're not going to touch that one no more. Hmm. Okay. I think we've learned something here, chat. I like to make things complicated. I really like to make things complicated. I wonder. Ooh, okay. It do work. Hmm. We're still running into the problem of I'm not using all the sides. So now what do I do? Frick. Wait. Out, up, over, down. I always feel like I'm so close to figuring this out. Oh, I think my brain's gonna explode. I was just starting to feel like I was getting it too. It's upsetting. It's extremely upsetting. So they do feed into each other. Wait, no, that's not gonna work either. Because I was thinking if I did this, up, down, but that's not gonna work. I need them to feed into each other. And they can only do that on a straight line, I think. Yep, no, my brain's gonna explode. You're watching it live, chat. This is where my brain melts. I didn't do good in math. I was an art major. But anyway. You know what? It's further insulting. In college, I was an international business student, but I can't get this. If they all take the same path and they all get there at the same time, then that's my problem. If I change one thing, let's see what happens now. I just want to see if that works. Okay, this has to connect, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay. So as badly as I keep trying to, and I'm not intentionally trying to make it symmetrical, folks. I'm not. I just noticed I was doing that anyway. So, let's not keep repeating dumb mistakes, shall we? Okay. Okay, that was a bad idea. All right. 3 are getting there. Nope. Okay. So this is not going to work. The heck in the world? Okay. Are they getting there at the same time? 1, 2, 3. No. Okay, so they're still arriving at the same time. shirt. So doing it earlier in the line is not helping me at all. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting somewhere now. I'm only hearing 4, so that's not working. Still only hearing 4. Okay, all right, I hear 5. I'm intentionally still not looking at chat, just so you guys know, because I know my chat, and I know you guys are screaming your heads off at me right now. That's the furthest I've gotten ever. Now the problem is getting it there fast enough. Oh, you can go spot by spot. Okay. One, two, three, four. But 6 we're going in. Yeah, everything's going the way. This is why I didn't use because I know they were here, the pause and whatnot button, but I could see it happening. It's just that I didn't feel like I needed to use it. Um, One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 1. Okay. So about every 2 and then 1, something goes in. Which means there are 3 things that are not going fast enough. I think. My brain is starting to hurt. Okay. All right, I'm going to look at chat. Dev, you're not allowed to say nothing. I want to see what chat has to say first. Let me scroll back. Okay. Yeah, I love watching the arrows squash and stretch. You can go frame by frame if you have to, using the last and next controls. This game is very much in the crack of neurodivergent people genre. Didn't peg this as your kind of game. You know, it's called a playtest. We try everything. We literally try everything, whether it's my game or not. Remember Dead Bus? If chat remembers Dead Bus, it's super not my game. I hate horror games. I hate playing horror games by myself. If I play with somebody else, it's a little better, but I hate playing horror games by myself. Which is why I play Repo, because you have to play with other people. Didn't pick this as your kind of game. I try my best. No, the moment you make it symmetrical, it stops working. I figured that out. Thank you. Also, I think if you just let the sim run, you'll complete the puzzle. Oh, I see. You're trying to use that left hex with the 16 to break down the right hex, but with different paths. Hex equals 16, but yes. And the paths can't collide at the same time because tiles can only hold one signal. That's the furthest I've ever gotten. I just looked at the screen. See? I feel like I'm so close. So close, and I'm missing something. Okay, and then... See, if 2 signals reach the output at the same time, they only decrease it by 1. You can play the demo on Steam, by the way. The game's Hex-a-Decimal. But the more paths, the faster the signals can break down the right hex, but you want them to arrive in serial, not parallel. Exactly, but she's making it symmetrical, which means they're going to arrive at the same time. Fair, fair. Okay, it's hard to watch now that I know what her problem is. Thanks for the support, chat. Jeez. Okay. I mean, I'd like to see you do better. Play my game. The sides aren't the issue cry face. I want to help so bad. See, I knew y'all were screaming at me. The agony of a chronic backseater. I'm not complaining though, it means you're invested in the game. And again, the demo's available on Steam if you want to try for yourself. I beg of you, the last pause and next buttons are right there. Yep, the paths just need to be shorter. Okay, fine. I'll make the paths shorter. Rawr. Let's see if that helps. All right. Well, that's yep. Okay, that was not the move. That was the not move to do. Look. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. That's why. Well, what am I doing wrong now? I'm doing something wrong. Okay, this one goes out first, it's closer. This one goes out after that. This one goes out after that. Oh, this one's not pathing, is it? I done did something. I am not stupid. I am a smart, capable, black woman, and I cannot seem to figure this out.
Sorry, I don't understand.
I didn't ask you, Google. Shut up. First try. First try. First try. Ha ha! It took me first try. First try. First try. You saw it here, chat. I'm so smart I did it on the first go. We're going to talk about any other tries because there were no other tries. I did it on the first one. Okay. I feel better now. Okay. I just had to remember my roots, that's all. Capable black woman, went to college, can do simple game. Yes. I just need a minute because that was a lot. My poor brain, she got a workout. Give me a minute. I've been playing Power World all week, okay? She ain't got a workout like this in a while. Oh, man. I think this is going to be great for those people who like to see how many different ways you can do a single thing. Now, for me, I was just determined for the sake of determination. But this would be a game I would watch someone else play because I want to see how they would do it. I would watch several different someone else's play this. That's just who I am. To see how each one of those different people would do it. So, in other words, it's a repeatable game. I like it. Wait, there's a level 11? But I just passed level 10. I thought that was it. Okay. What? Wait a minute. I was lied to. There were 10 levels. I saw it. I was lied to. The lies. Oh my goodness. Okay. I only saw 10. Sir, ma'am, person, they, them, dev. I only saw 10. So I'm only going to think there's 10 in the demo. Oh, goddess. Oh, goddess almighty. Praise save me. Our Lady Underground. Okay. Well, we got 2 more hours of the stream to go. Holy hell. My poor brain. All right. This is where I'm going to take a 20-minute break. Pee, get water, food. You should do the same. Pee, get water, food, medicate if you forgot to take your medication, medicate if you're supposed to. I will be back in 21 minutes or less. All right. And we're back. A little later, about a couple minutes later than I wanted to. But I am back. Did you grab your water? Did you get your meds? Did you eat your food? If you did not, go do it right now. Go do it. Go. Move your butt. Go do it. Thank you for the welcome back. So, before we continue, I just want to do some more housekeeping and do a quick interview with the dev. This is a new thing that I'm doing. This is not standard on the channel, but I'm curious. It's very not often we get a dev in the chat, and when we do, we like to understand their mindset, their motivations, and so on and so forth. So, give me a moment. 1 second. Somebody's at my friggin' door. Why do people do this? Why? All right, that was my crazy neighbor, Deborah. You guys all know her. You all say her along with me. The woman, she needs help. Okay, Mental Health Awareness Monday. We're gonna send her goddess good blessings and hope that she gets help soon. Anyway, okay. So back to the interview. We do not have them here in the Discord with us so that they can verbally reply, which is fine. I actually prefer to have written anyway so that we have our record and they can have time to think about their responses. Because not everybody can come off with an answer right away, and it can feel pretty pressured to get random questions thrown at you. So... which do you prefer? How about let's go that way. Which do you prefer? Do you want to do a Discord call or do you want to write it in text? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping, and then I will set up the dev call and I will be right back with you guys. Give me a moment while we do that. Usually way more organized than this, but this is a new segment, so we're going by the seat of our pantalones.
I'm just excited to get this started with.
Hey guys, we're back. We're back with the dev for Hex-a-Decimal. I want to welcome you all, or welcome MCHS to the channel. Woo! Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I am MCHS. I am the person behind Hex-a-Decimal. I have been working on it since February of last year. I've been making games in GameMaker, which is what I use, since 2021, and game development has been a passion of mine for as long as I can remember.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Everybody, we have the developer here with us tonight. That was the developer you just heard for Hex-a-Decimal, which is always super exciting because I love getting to spotlight indie creators and the absolute gremlins. I say that lovingly, behind these games. And for anyone just joining us, this is a blind playtest. I have not researched this game. I have not watched previews. I'm walking into this with fresh eyes alongside all of you, which honestly makes this way more fun and excruciating. I've been reading the chat. I see y'all. I see you. So before we jump in and inevitably watch me either become a tactical genius or accidentally destroy myself in the tutorial again, I wanted to chat with the dev a little bit and let everybody get to know the human being behind the game. So first off, MCHS, what made you want to create Hex-a-Decimal in the first place?
So I've been experimenting with puzzle games for a while now. I'm not particularly good at puzzle games, but I do like making them. The idea, the original version of Hex-a-Decimal started as a game jam, like little game project that I made. But the original idea actually goes a few months before that, where I had the idea for a game where it was on a hexagon grid and there were inputs on the left side and there were outputs on the right side, and you had to like draw the conveyors to move them to where they need to go. And the reason they were called conveyors was because in that demo they were like physical hexagonal objects that moved on the conveyors, and you had to manage the space so that everything didn't clog up.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time the game jam came around, I realized that that didn't really make for good puzzle design. So I switched to signals, which were kind of more abstract and also more kind of sci-fi feeling, which is why in this version I'm kind of leaning into the sci-fi elements of the game.
Mm-hmm.
The theme of the game jam was chain reaction. So that's kind of what inspired me to make the game. You can see you're about to come up to this part of the game yourself, but the whole like sensors and splitting signals and all that comes from the idea of there being chain reactions. And that's kind of where the game comes from.
Okay.
Is there anything?
I always love asking this because every indie game has a this idea possessed me at 2 a.m. origin story somewhere in its DNA. So thanks for sharing that. What would you say players should expect going in? Like, what kind of experience are they about to emotionally sign waivers for tonight? That kind of stuff.
I think it really comes down to what players bring in with themselves coming into the game. So the inspirations, there's a developer named Zachtronics. They make a lot of puzzle games. They made a game called Space Chem, Opus Magnum, Infinifactory. They've kind of sparked their own subgenre of puzzle games. For people who are familiar with these kinds of puzzle games, the ones with open-ended solutions and all these interlocking mechanics that do all that stuff. For those kinds of players, I'm not really trying to sell a more hardcore experience. I'm more trying to sell something that's familiar to them, and also something that's novel.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously you have people who play other types of puzzle games, and for that, I kind of expect them to bring in knowledge of how to think through more complex solutions, and not necessarily a casual experience, but definitely something that really racks their mind and lets them able to express themselves while also being challenged.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the people who don't typically play puzzle games, which the biggest part of making the game was fine-tuning the tutorials
Mm-hmm.
so that even people who don't have puzzle game experience can pick up the game and learn it. So even though it's a puzzle game and specifically it's inspired by a certain subgenre of puzzle games and it specifically appeals to those people,
Mm-hmm.
I still want it so that anyone can pick it up because it's a game I'm really passionate about and I want as many people to be able to enjoy it as possible.
Okay. Well, that's really cool because I like to see people, as I was saying earlier in the stream, I like to see people try to do the best they can to future cast. I know that in therapy you're not supposed to do that, but when you're a developer, you kind of have to try to do that a little bit to try to solve what possibly could be a future problem. And it seems like you really did try to take that into account here.
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's an issue of like trying to see into the future. I think it's more of learning from the past.
Mm.
So with the previous puzzle games that I had made, there was another game I made called GravStack, where you had to change gravity in different directions to stack boxes in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And that game wasn't like it didn't really go well because the way that it taught its mechanics people couldn't really understand them. So coming into Hex-a-Decimal, both of those were Game Jam projects, by the way. So coming into Hex-a-Decimal, I knew that I was an issue that I had faced in the past, so I would need to address it in the future. But during the Game Jam, I put a lot of effort into getting as many people as I could to playtest the game and refine the tutorials.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the Game Jam ended, I never really stopped that.
Mm-hmm.
And well, now we're here. I'm still trying to get as many people as possible to play the game, and I think it's worked.
Okay. So now the important question. What is the one thing you hope players notice or appreciate about the game while they're playing?
That would be a really what's one thing that I want players to notice in the game?
Or appreciate, yeah.
I think just the overall experience, I guess. I feel like a lot of the elements of the game kind of all work together. So you have the graphics, the music and sound design, and the gameplay. It all comes together to create a very specific feeling, and I think that's what I want players to notice and appreciate.
Okay. And for chat specifically, because y'all are chaos goblins and will test the boundaries of reality, is there anything we should know before, or should know before they jump in? Any tips, any warnings, emotional damage disclaimers?
Well, I think the game mostly speaks for itself,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's one of the things that I like most about this game. It really comes down to previous experience because with the Game Jam games, I noticed that when I was doing playtesting for previous games, I had to be physically there or otherwise helping the person.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the first game that's simultaneously like a bit more complicated, but also it speaks for itself. But if I had to give some advice, I would say that that's a really difficult one. Um, I just tell them to enjoy the game because games are meant to be enjoyed.
Okay. Um, on that note, because like I said, they're chaos gremlins and they do like to try to break things. What's something players do that you've noticed, all the playtesters, that you never expected for them to do?
Okay, this is something that 100% applies to you, and that is using as much space as possible on the board. So some of the levels in the first 10 levels, I actually had to make more restrictive because people kept like building out these massive solutions. But I stopped at level 10 because level 10 was always supposed to be very simple. You just have your input and you have your output, and constricting it just feels like it goes against that simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, you literally crawled up the walls and the ceilings and everything. Like, it's easier to count. It's easier to count because you're doing all the signal merging, right?
Mm-hmm.
The signals have the same length path they merge. So you have to know how long your paths are, but you can't know how long your paths are if they're like 20.
So the answer to the question is crawling the walls.
The answer to the question is that you can do whatever you want. I just want to say that if you want to get through the levels faster,
Oh, I'm sorry.
would be.
Yeah, I meant the question of something that people do that you never expected. So you never expected me to crawl the walls, then?
Well, I never expected playtesters in general to use to make larger solutions. I guess I was
okay.
in the mindset of, you want to make your solutions efficient. It's like golf rules. The lower score you get, the better. And if you want a lower score, you got to make smaller solutions that are faster.
Mm-hmm.
But playtesters typically make larger solutions that take longer to solve a level. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that that's unexpected.
Mm-hmm. No, that was the question, is unexpected. The fact that I giggle that you said that I take basically the Robin Hood's freaking back door to get to one thing that should have been really easy is kind of funny to me, because I have a friend named, we'll just call him Junior for now because I don't know if he wants me to mention his name. But we also play a game together called Pow World. And while he has played this game multiple times since it's come out, it's been out for like 2 years and it's still in preview. And he's methodically gone through and he knows how to do, this basis for this basis for that basis for this. And I'm making my base a multi-base and he's looking at me sideways like, huh? How did you get that there? Wait, where, huh? Why is that there? Why is it floating? It should not be floating. So it just kind of reminded me of that. So
it's like how Let's Game It Out plays Satisfactory. If you've ever seen those videos.
Yes. Just how
What's the fun of it? Like,
and why?
The game shouldn't limit players in that way, because the Satisfactory devs made a statement on it, and they said that they considered adding collisions to all those things to stop people from doing what Let's Game It Out does. But the players who care about that sort of thing, they kind of handle it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And the players who don't care, they get the benefit of being able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes having less rules is actually better for a game.
Yes.
Limitations.
Yes, it allows creativity to flow. What kind of player do you think will vibe the hardest with this game?
I feel like a person who plays games like Factorio and Zachtronics games like Space Cam and Opus Magnum, or I guess other, just puzzle games in general. People who like the kind of factory style elements of Hex-a-Decimal,
Mm-hmm.
and as well as the creative elements, because the game does have a level editor, and I think it's really cool that I was able to package tools that I use to make the game so that other people can make levels of their own. Obviously, no one's done that yet, but it is available.
Mm-hmm. And I did see that when we started that you do have a level builder, which brings me back to Little Big Planet. I don't know if you remember that game, but it was a huge hit like almost more than a decade ago. And there was a level builder for that too. You went through the whole game, you got all the stuff, and now what? Well, you can build your levels, and people went crazy with these level builds. So that's, I think, something that was a good feature that you added there. Speaking of features, what feature almost broke you mentally?
Okay, before I answer that question, I just want to mention the whole level editor thing. When I was younger, like growing up, I was obsessed with any game that included a level editor because, like I
Ah.
said, game development has always been something that I wanted to do, and any tool that allowed me to do it was something that I convinced my parents to buy like Geometry Dash strictly because the full version of the game had a level editor and I wanted to make levels with it. One of my most played games on Steam is Portal 2 because Portal 2 has a level editor, and then obviously the list goes on. But I feel like I have a duty to repay that by adding level editors into my own games.
Mm-hmm.
And since I'm already in the mindset of developing the tools to make the games, it's pretty easy. As for things that break me in terms of game development, anything user interface oriented.
Well, for this game specifically.
Yeah, user interface. I hate
Oh, the
doing
user
it.
interface. Okay.
Yeah. Any okay, look at, so you can see your screen, right? You see the tutorial menu.
Mm-hmm.
I hated implementing that. I waited until the last minute to implement any tutorials because I just like the whole controller compatibility with various menus. The options menu was designed from the ground up to be compatible with controllers. That's why it's formatted very weirdly.
Mm-hmm.
I designed it first with the controller in mind and then had to adapt it to mouse. And other menus, I designed with mouse in mind first, now I have to adapt to controller. It's not even like organizing compatibility and stuff. It's also just getting things, because I'm using Game Maker, right? And with Game Maker, the way that I use it at least is it's very similar to just using straight up code. So I'm literally telling the game engine to draw sprites at locations and then draw text on top of them and then draw this on top of that and then check if the mouse is within this area and then highlight it and then check if the mouse is clicking the thing and then doing the logic. And
I hear the frustration.
okay, but the big problem is that I can't really contain that, because if you think about like a hexadecimal level, right?
Mm-hmm.
A hexadecimal level is its own thing. You can split it up into like, okay, a hexadecimal level needs to be drawn to the screen. It needs to calculate cycles. It needs to handle this logic and that logic, and you can compartmentalize that. When you do that, every single hexadecimal level runs the exact same script. With menus, it is not how that works, because every menu does something different, which means you can't just say, here's a menu. You have to say, you have to do it from scratch every single time, basically. And I haven't
Okay.
found a way to make it easier.
Okay. Um, hmm. Uh, that kind of makes me think, like, do you have like a group you go to, be like, hey, I'm trying to do ABC. Can you help?
I try not to get help. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with like programming and game development and that kind of thing, but obviously search engines are your best friend. And if you really need help, you might go to like a Reddit community for
I
whatever
was
you
just
need.
gonna say, yeah, Reddit.
But and maybe like basic tutorials if you're struggling with something basic. But the problem is that obviously it has to, like, the problems that I have are extremely specific,
Mm-hmm.
to such an extent that no one really knows how to fix them. So for example, things like how to stop the operating system from going into sleep mode while my game is running. Like,
Mm-hmm.
no search results for that.
Yeah.
Like, and something that I was thinking of for like a side project or a future project, like how to find the volume of the soundtrack at a specific moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Have like a live like thing for how loud it is. No search results for that. Going back to Hex-a-Decimal, there was one I had recently. I don't remember exactly what it was. But there's just a lot of very specific issues that I have that, like, I feel like I can't ask because I don't think anyone else experiences them.
Okay.
And also the way that I implement things personally. So like the way that I do
Okay.
menus is very specific to the way that I do them. So if I get help from someone else, then they'd have to understand how I do them and work on that. Anyway, sorry.
That's okay. Well, that does bring me to my next question. What part of development took the longest?
That's really interesting because I don't really separate development into parts. I just kind of work on the game. The way that I do things, the way that I be productive, so to speak, is that, you know, at certain like times of the year or times of the month or times of the day or whatever, I just kind of feel productive in a certain aspect.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, I might be really motivated to do the music for the game and the sound design. I might feel really motivated to do art for the game. I might feel really motivated to do programming.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because even when I'm really motivated to do one thing, that doesn't really translate to everything else. So there aren't really parts where, like, for example, maybe I start with the gameplay, and then I make the menus, and then I make the music.
Mm-hmm.
It's more just like kind of everything just kind of crystallizes, and everything just kind of forms in place.
Sounds like, because I have ADHD, and my sister has a stronger form of it, but similar, same category. So we'll start with one thing, we'll hyper focus on it in lack of everything else.
I am neurodivergent. I do have an autism diagnosis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's AUHD to be more specific. I just started with ADHD because that's something that connects to me directly. So okay, that's great. So you do understand. So then everybody here in my audience pretty much knows that we are mental health fronted and focused here. So that's really great. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. A lot of people wouldn't want to share that. So, and what's been the funniest bug so far, though?
So I encountered a bug recently where the game has an undo and redo feature.
Mm-hmm.
A recent bug I encountered was you could undo while the simulation was running, and it would still, everything would be normal, but it would visually show everything being wrong because you undid everything.
Mm-hmm.
What are the bugs? I mean, most of the bugs are just like annoying. So you'd have like, for example, one of the early bugs was if you took a conveyor and you pointed it so that it went outside of the game boundaries, like on the sides.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how like the game, like on the sides,
Mm-hmm.
just kind of goes into the void. If you try to move a signal into the void, it would crash the game.
Oh
because the
no,
game
I wouldn't
didn't
say that's
set up.
funny at all. That'd be very upsetting.
Yeah, so most bugs in this kind of game, they come down in the form of I implemented the logic wrong,
Mm-hmm.
because the way that the game calculates its cycles is that it iterates through every tile, and then it figures out what's on that tile, and then depending on what's on that tile, it then does all the logic for that.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been times when I implemented the logic wrong and I have to go back and redo it. But you know, sometimes you get funny things like accidentally putting conveyors on like random tiles in like the void or whatever, and you see them on the edge of the screen and you're like, how did that get there? You're not supposed to be able to put one there. Just because of how everything defaults to like the top left of the screen. You just have a random conveyor in the top left of the screen because I forgot to set conditions on that or something. But the way that I typically write code, it is very like tight in terms of the logic just kind of does what it needs to do, and I don't really give it room to break in those ways.
Okay. Thanks for that. I mean, I can only imagine how many weird bugs you'd have to deal with just making a game alone. And no, I'm not a developer, but we do have one of my subscribers. His name is Serrano, and he is a game developer, so he does understand how these things work specifically. So when he watches it later, he's going to have some notes.
So I do I have a YouTube channel. I do dev vlogs on the YouTube channel, and I mentioned in one of the devlogs for Hex-a-Decimal how annoying it is to find bugs in the game, particularly the game's logic, because there was a bug to do with a component that isn't even in the demo. It's like way out there, right? But the idea is that it has a very specific set of rules, and there's a very specific instance where the rule only applies one cycle later. So you could like sneak things through almost because it updates like one cycle after it's supposed to. So because of that, I had to change it so that instead of waiting a cycle to update, it updated immediately. And then some of my solutions for puzzles using that component broke, and I had to like ever so slightly tweak them to make them one cycle different. Also, yeah, just a lot of like it's interesting because one of the most interesting like quote unquote bugs, it wasn't even a bug, it was actually intended behavior. But one of the main reasons that I made the Steam version, because I don't know if you know this, but there was obviously the old version that I made for the Game Jam. I updated it a couple times, and I decided that I was going to completely redo the game from scratch for the Steam version.
Wow.
And the main feature that I wanted to implement for the Steam version was color mixing. Now, different colors aren't even in the demo, so you're not going to see them even if you beat all levels. But obviously, if you go into the level editor, you'll see all the components. There's a rotator, you can change all the colors. So you have red, green, and blue. But in the original game, if colors, you know how signals merge, right? When signals of different colors merged, the game would have to choose which color the new signal would be, right? So one of the colors would just be deleted. And I hated that because even though it was intended behavior, and one of the things that I really wanted for the game was I wanted a deterministic simulation. So your solution would work the exact same way every time you ran the simulation. And it would do that because it's still deterministic, but it was this kind of arbitrary thing of like, there were only these three colors, and the tile can only store one color, so the colors would have to be overwritten. In the Steam version, if you have a red and a blue signal and they merge, they create a magenta signal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that, it wasn't a bug, but I still have to fix it.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. That's the next
yeah.
question.
Okay. Well, we're going to run out of interview time here, so I'm going to do this really, really quickly. Was there a moment where you realized, basically, oh, wait, this might actually be good?
That moment came after the Game Jam. Scored relatively high, and the people who organized the jam do a live stream where they play all the games from the jam, and they liked it. So that was kind of the moment when I decided, like, oh, I need to make this my main project. I need to focus on this. And then 9 months later, I got to the point where I decided that I would make the Steam store page, and now I've kind of come to terms with the fact that this is going to be like my first big thing that I do. So yeah.
Okay, well, I'm so glad. That's really awesome. You know, seriously, thank you for hanging out with us and letting me interview you and trusting us with your game. I know games are like developers' babies, and you're trusting us with your child, basically. Supporting indie developers is honestly one of my favorite parts of streaming because you get to experience creativity before the rest of the world catches on. So I really, really wanted to say thank you very much for that. And chat, we're going to roll right into the housekeeping. Thank you so much, MCHS, for stopping by. We'll see you in the chat.
I guess one more.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Well, I guess the first part of it is, what do you think of Hex-a-Decimal so far? And the second part is, you know, how big do you think it'll be when it comes out?
Oh, that's always tough to say. Humans are finicky about the second question. But the first question, I like that it makes you, it literally grabs you unexpectedly and says, you're going to figure this out. You have no options. Okay. Whatever you were doing, you're not doing that no more. You're doing this. So I do like that about this game in particular. That is really fun.
I
I
actually did forget to mention that, but my favorite part of the game is that it really does invite you into this kind of other world of logic where
Yes.
you're kind of expected to learn how the logic of the game works. And once you learn how the logic of the game works, then basically all these doors open up and you can really explore this entire world that opens up. You just need to understand the logic of it.
Yeah, but you have to
Because
have like the patience and the focus and the determination to get it, which is very easy for neurodivergence. It's like right there. It's like the first thing you grab. It's like bread, peanut butter, and jelly is right there.
because this won't show on stream, but the Steam version has a way to save your solutions as a GIF.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna forward the GIF to you real quick.
Okay.
Because
Oh,
it
and you
really
did say you had a YouTube. What is your? You can go ahead and put the YouTube link in the chat so that chat can have it. I'll pin it for you.
oh it's just MCHS Productions on
We
YouTube.
have some people
But
who are dyslexic and they're going to need to see that.
I'll
Yeah.
get that real quick. But
Yeah.
as I was saying, if you see the Discord, um, the game it's just this kind of other world of pure logic that all of the framing, the thing that I talked about earlier, with that feeling that I wanted players to take away from it. It's that feeling of going into this other world and really like feeling the logic of it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that sense of, I'm not really sure how to describe it, but I'm sure that's kind of how you feel playing it. And you can see I sent a GIF of a solution of a really like far out there puzzle, like level 58, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
level 57 maybe.
Chat,
And you
this
can
is
see
what
that
he is. He just sent me. So I wanted you guys to
yes,
see it
yes,
as
put
well.
that
Let
up
me
there.
just move my big old butt out the way.
Some of the harder puzzles actually took like hours for me to solve, or even days for me to solve. This one took like an hour to solve. Um, so
Let me just
even for me,
move
even
this
for the
over
person
sideways just a bit so they can see. There we go.
who made the game,
Mm-hmm.
you can see that the game, this is the kind of stuff that you'll be able to do in the full version. The demo only has the first 30 levels. This is like level 50 something, you know.
Mm-hmm. So you said this is the gift that you made of it. Tell us what's going on here then.
Yes, so the game allows exporting solutions as GIFs. It's kind of hard to explain what's going on in the puzzle. Basically, there's this kind of machine to the right. What it does is it inputs, you give it colors,
Mm-hmm.
and then it essentially splits those colors out and then puts them back together. Because colors in hexadecimal are made of red, green, and blue, and sensors, which you are about to unlock when you get back into the game, they can only sense the primary colors. So it splits the colors into red, green, and blue, puts them back together, and obviously you can only put in one color at a time. So you need to use various timing mechanics to control what colors are going in. So you can see at the start, it starts with the white and magenta, and then it moves to cyan, and then it moves to yellow. So it's
Mm-hmm.
restarting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I'm seeing it on stream, right? So it starts with magenta, goes to white, moves to cyan, moves to yellow, and then that's it. Obviously, very, very complicated, but that's the kind of
Yeah, it's a bit
thinking.
intimidating just looking at it.
Well, okay, I like showing the more difficult puzzles to newer
Mm-hmm.
players because, like, when you first see it, it does look intimidating, but then you solve it, and like that's one of the feelings that I want players to get out of it. You know, I want players to get that feeling of like they really are solving this, like that they're overcoming the challenge, you know,
Mm-hmm. Well,
they're
again,
doing
I
what they.
really, really appreciate you showing us this, letting us, see how obviously passionate you are about this and letting us be able to speak with you directly. But I do need to get back into the game. I do need to go ahead and finish up. We've got maybe 45 minutes left. We went way over time for interview.
Yeah, you need to get your hexagon addiction. You need to get your
Yeah. But again, I'm never going to apologize for having a dev up on there. Everyone in chat, thank MCHS for the interview, and again, we will see you in chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was great, right, chat? I mean, very rarely do we ever actually get to speak directly with the dev, so I'm just really happy about that. Back to the really quick housekeeping again. I want to remind you guys, thank you guys for being patient and understanding earlier this week when I disappeared. Since it's still Mental Health Awareness Month, the Extra Life Charity Campaign is still running all month for children's mental health support. Donations, all of them, 100% of them, go directly to the cause. Excuse me, I don't know why my brain stopped. Go directly to the cause. Twitch and I don't receive a single dime, a dollar, nothing, not even a penny. If anybody's looking for ways to directly support the stream after the unexpected chaos this week, tips still help the most since I receive 100% of those immediately. Subs, bits, lurks, hanging out, all of it is genuinely appreciated. Thank you absolutely so much. Also, yes, my son is feeling better. Thank you for those asking. He hung out with us yesterday for some gameplay, so clearly you survived my stress levels this week. Okay, enough interview, enough real life plot twists. Let's go ahead and cause problems, more problems in Hex-a-Decimal. Let me get my big gigantic booty out the way. Oh, you are very welcome, MCHS. You are very, very welcome. It is always my pleasure to have a dev on. I need to move my butt out of the way so we can do the rest of the game. We have about 45 minutes left of the stream, you guys. I wanted to let you guys know that we went, if you did not know and you were not here for the interview, we accidentally went over time. Oopsies. So we have even less time to finish playing the game now than we did before. But it was just, while we did go over time, I do want to say, you can clearly see how passionate MCHS is over his game, his baby, his child, because he's worked really hard on it. He's done a lot of, what I want to say, work and taken time, and he's probably had several other playtesters with this game. So being able to talk to that many people about the thing that you love the most, it's got to be hard because you get a lot of harsh feedback. I did say be mean, and we're still going to be mean because that's the only way that they learn, and he did ask for it. So that's what we're going to do. But at the same time, just keep in mind that if this was something you worked very hard on, how would you like to receive the critique, not criticism? So constructive critique, okay? All right, enough momming. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna grab my mouse. If you complete 15 levels now, that's half the demo. Maybe there will be a second Hex-a-Decimal stream. Maybe. I do not know if I'm going to get 5 more levels done in the next 5 minutes per level. We'll see. Okay. Because it took me forever to do level 10, so. We have one route that has to go multi-routes. Yay. Okay, so there was this. Every 10 levels, you will unlock a new component. Click on a tile and press the W key to place a sensor. Conveyor sensor. Okay. So we couldn't do the sensor thing that I was trying to do before because we didn't have it, but now we do. Got to. Right. Wait a minute. Let me see that example again. Okay. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay. Cool. Cool. Wrong direction. There we go. Well, maybe I don't need to do that. Oh! Oh! Look at that! May not be the shortest solution, but I did it. Alright, sensor time. This way? Yes, this way? No, you have to press the W button every time. Okay. Well, this seems easy enough, she says as she's about to make it as difficult as she can. Unintentionally. Oh, look at that! Okay, I do have brain. I do have brain after all. And just so you guys know, that was the first time of me. So you heard the voice the same time I did for the first time. We share firsts around here. All right. Okay. I want to try that again. I want to do something different. Not much of a difference. Okay. Sensors are a versatile component that will define your approach to hexadecimal moving forward. They have the ability to exponentially speed up your solutions by splitting signals and creating loops. Okay. Complete the loop example in the top half of this puzzle and then create your own in the bottom half. I can do that. I just want to see something. I'll change it back. Don't worry. Don't freak out. I got this. I am curious about something else. I see. All right. Okay. Understood. All right. So it's not the sensor makes things faster. Than anything else. It just allows you to have multiple routes from one direction. Okay. Huh. I'm honestly just playing with it now. I see. So that's not a loop. I'm very aware that that's not a loop. Hmm. So that's curious. If the point of a level is to make a loop, but you still win the level by not making the loop, I wonder if there's something that you could put in there that would prevent them from doing anything but the loop. Because that comes across as a cheese for this part to me. Maybe that's just me, but if I'm a person who likes to see what I can get away with, this would be the thing I would do. It would be boring. It would be boring. But it's a thought. It's maybe an optional game mode. Just a thought. Because I know some people who just want to get through it, even if they are enjoying the game. This is exactly what they would do. And they would miss the entire point that this was supposed to teach them how to do a loop. Let's see. See, I'm trying to figure out how can I tell if this is feeding it back into it or not. So let's see. No, let's just do a regular one. That's unnecessary. There we go. Okay. Oh, I see. I goofed. By the way, everybody, the dev did make the music for this game. And as I said earlier, I usually just turn the music off after a while if it bugs me. There are only 2 games, or very few games, should I say, that have had music that does not bug me. Minecraft, and now this game. Okay. All right. Speaking of trying to learn what the rules are, that's exactly what I'm doing now. Even though I already beat the level, I want to see if I can do a thingy. Thanks. I really wanted the music to fit the game, and I think I did a pretty good job with more echoey, atmospheric soundtrack. Yes, this channel, we love ourselves some lo-fi, so this is right up that alley. It's very airy, but technological, and not... I mean, so many people go that route with it, it doesn't even need to sound like R2-D2. It really doesn't. Or Johnny 5, if you're that old. You'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, but that's still not a loop. Oh well. Yeah, let's just continue. I didn't even see these over here. What is this? Well, hold on. Now I gotta... Aw, man. Okay. Oh, you did say that. You're right. Off into the void. Okay, I didn't... For some reason, it didn't register when you initially said that. My bad. Okay, so I am going to have to create another loop so that it hits those two, three, those three. Okay. No. Which three is it again? This one, that one. And this one. Okay, nope, that's wrong. Crap, that's not working. I forgot about this part. Looks like I did do 5 levels in 5 minutes, roughly. Okay, so where are we on time? We have 20 minutes before the end of the stream, folks. If you guys want to guide the raid, put in your 2100 paw print points now, between now and when the stream ends. If you do not do that, I get to choose. Okay. Let's see if we can get it to go clockwise. Nope, that I already know that's not going to work. Oh, none of it worked. And the dev has put the demo in the chat, you guys, just so you know. How in the Abercrombie and Fitch am I going to get this in here? There's more room over here than there is here. So let me see if I can do something else. Did it. All right, time to look at chat. I'll have to patch those out. By the way, if you want to play Hex-a-Decimal, you can download the demo here, link in the chat. W in chat. Thank you for the dubs. I appreciate that. All right, let's see if I don't go cross-eyed trying to do this. Okay. I think I've got it now. There we go. Woo! All right. Now I'm curious. What is the unique 2 for? I understand cycles, sort of. I think that's how many times I've tried, right? Tiles, pretty self-explanatory. Unique 2, score 2926. So how is this scored? Like, what points do you get per? Do you get more points for using the conveyor than the sensor, or the other way around? Number of unique components used, conveyor and sensor. Okay. So 2. Okay, you use 2 separate components, so you get a unique score of 2. But that's all that's available to me for now, so yes. Okay. Okay, folks, we made it to level 18 with 5 minutes left in the stream. If you need to put in your paw print points, you have 2 minutes to do so. I want to say thanks, everybody, for being here. I want to say thanks to the dev MCHS for being here and providing us this wonderful game to play test today. It is called Hex-a-Decimal. We are here to tell them how we feel, the, critique, constructive critique, not horrible criticism. I said be mean, but I was joking. Let me go ahead and just scoot my butt up here really quick. Y'all got to see my brain fry and smoke, so I'm sure that was good for you guys, right? If it was good for you, it was good for me. Hex-a-Decimal, you guys, is a game that is not out yet, but this is the demo. The link is in the chat if you are ever interested in taking a second look. Let me just scooch on over here. Okay, let me just settle in over here. I'm going to sit on the cat house, yeah. Watch, pardon my tail. Hello! I'm all big and in your face. Hello! How are you? Hello! I am big woman. I am giant woman. I am boobs. I am woman. Rrr. Let's pull up the game capture one more time. We are respectfully looking at my boobs, I hope. I want you to look at my boobs, but do so respectfully. There we go. Okay, so again, thank you so much to the dev for being here. Thanks for everyone else for being here. Markiplier moment. Thank you guys for helping us out and getting some feedback to him. If there's anything you guys want to see me play test that is about to be out, you have links in the chat all this stream. I've been dropping those links for playtesting. We're grinding for a cause. This stream supports Extra Life. I would love for you guys to help me hit the 2,100 goal for the children's hospitals. $1, $2, $3, whatever you can do. No pressure, but if you can do it, please, and you feel called to, do so. We are going to see who we can raid. Who's on right now? I wonder. And I just noticed this is in a crescent moon shape. Look at that. And I have a crescent moon necklace. Look at my necklace. My necklace is so pretty. I have a pretty necklace. And my fur pattern has a crescent moon on it. I'm telling you, this is kismet. Kismet. If you don't know what kismet is, it's not kismet, it's kismet. Kismet. Look, look, my little hair tassel. My little hair tassel. It's also a crescent moon. Kismet, I tell you. Kismet. Let me just back up from the camera a little bit. Okay. Let me just settle here. All right. So let me check to see who's on right now. We have not rated Ryan in a while, but then there's Rosie Cozy. Ryan is playing Bleach. Fluffy Q is playing Brew. Iron Mouse is just chatting right now. Digital Damsel. Busy Bee. Professional is doing Dead by Daylight, which, no thank you. Ducky is doing Phasmophobia. Let's do Rosie. We really haven't rated her in a while, and she has not a whole lot of viewers right now. So let's go ahead and raid her. Okay, making sure I spelled it right, because you guys know I'm not dyslexic. I was tested, but my sister is, so I might be dyslexic adjacent, because I always get my direct. I always mean to say east, and then I say west. So I can't heckin' spell. Poor Rosie. Poor Rosie. I don't know how to spell, I swear. All right. Again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for hanging out. Let's go ahead and raid out. I want to remind everybody, take your meds, eat your food, hug your mother, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Happy day, evening, and night, wherever you are. Thanks for tuning in, but now I'm going to tune out. Bye-bye.